Hello, and welcome back to another stream of Boomeadow builds. We are building my D&D game, The State of Anarchy, which is due to set to start probably in February of next year. I take a break from my D&D games over the months of December and January, just because everyone's away for holidays and things like that. However, we are here tonight to build up the world maps at this stage. It is a triple plane of existence that are kind of like parallel mirrored over each other. And we've been working on these over the weeks. So we have Feywild, which was once known as the Feywild. We have Anthalamere, once known as the Material Plane. And we are currently working on Nethraeg, which was once known as the Hells. How are you all doing tonight? I hope you are well wherever you are. And thank you for joining me tonight. So, we're going to jump in. Feel free to chat, say hi, follow, subscribe if you like any of my content. But otherwise, we're going to jump right back in. This is what we started on Monday. We have a kind of basic outline of these circles of hell that we've got going on here. So I've been slowly working on them, as we can see. And we're going to have each circle of hell kind of their own demographic. So the hardest part about this is I do want to also shadow these a bit as we go down, but we'll see how we go. We've been working on the rivers. As you can see, there is an overlay at the moment, which if I turn this off, you can actually see it all a bit better. Let me know if the music is a little bit too loud or anything like that as well. So otherwise, I'm going to jump right in. We are going to have to rename some of these oceans, bays, and I will need town names as well, which you can actually use your channel points to potentially get to name something. So we'll just see how we go, really. I hope you've all been having a great week. I myself have been very busy with work-related stuff, so if my voice sounds a bit croaky and hoarse, that would be why. This kind of colour reminds me a little bit of, we have a drink, a rainbow style drink that you can buy from the local pub for kids, like a fruit cup, and it's this really wonderful layered drink of like blue, red and green, I think. And the problem is when they mix, they end up this kind of colour. like that. I'm trying to... I still want it to be distinctly red though. I wonder if I bring it redder. Which, if you have a notepad, you write all this stuff down. And again, you would think by now I would be very organised with this stuff, but I'm not. Okay. Now on Monday I was also debating whether I should change the colours of these mountains. Oh, I want to change them anyway because obviously, as you can see, it's not really a snowy kind of existence for this part. So I do want to pull that back a bit. I think what I'm going to do as well, because I want these to be very distinct lines, I might brighten some at the edges that are here and darken the edges that are kind of like the step down. So yes, I think I want to do this nice shadow kind of effect over it. So I might actually even bring this down a little bit further. Make the brush a bit smaller as well. Just have a look at what this texture is. Oh, they've changed all of this. Goodness. Not sure if I like this. Might go with this one. However, with that being changed as well, I just want to see if they've changed the stamp options. They have indeed completely changed the way that they do things. It's an interesting change. However, we were shadowing some stuff. I'm going to put this black here, and we can work on shading it just so we have a nice crisp line to work with. So this part of the map, like when I do these kind of maps, this shading and things like this is what ends up being kind of, you know, it's fun to see it being built and things like this. And yeah, it's just a matter of going back and forth and things like this and adding textures and things. It's going to make this map very interesting to shade and match, basically. Come in with a really bright red. Basically, if I can pull this map off, it will look fabulous. And this is one of my favorite things about building these maps, is getting to see your world kind of come into this final, like, yeah, getting to see it be built and actually see it come together is really, really fun. We need to put some more of this really bright green along the edge here too. And of course, I should probably save. Hi, Spinner. How are you? Welcome! Managed to make it just as I'm working on the Hells, the first portion of the Hells. Which hopefully, if the map comes together, it will look really good. Hopefully. Like all of these maps, there's a little bit of a hope, a little bit of a prayer. I'm actually pretty good. Voice is a little croaky because my job has been very vocally taxing recently. But otherwise, happy to be here. Well, I don't know if you've seen all of the maps we've done so far, you've managed to catch them or not, but I'll give you a quick overview. That we've got the Feywild or Faoir. We've got the Material Plane or Anthalamir, and now we're working on Nethraeg, which is the Hells. So, but yes, I am hopefully, well, once I've got all of these world maps done, then I can actually start working on the town maps. And we are going to be fleshing out the Feywild towns and cities and things like that, because that is where the predominating part of our campaign will actually start. Which, that will be starting up in February when I come back from my stream break. So at this stage as well, I am actually going to be I have a couple of players already lined up, but I do just need to find my remaining couple of players. Well, and battle maps, of course, yes. Every good campaign needs a good battle map. wonder if I get a ridge for this. The problem is I've reorganized all of this, so now I have to find everything again. I do like a lot of these isometric style as well. There's some really cool new stuff that they've put in, like all of this stuff for the Feywild. As you can see, it's going to be really, really cool building maps with all of this. All the giant mushrooms. This is, well, at the moment, I'm only actually running one campaign, but this will be a campaign that I'll be running and streaming on Saturday nights. So it is well, because you've been around long enough, Spinner, you would know this. This is actually following the previous campaign, roughly about 1,000 years after the events of the previous campaign. Some of the same players, also some new players. Well, they're actually all old players of mine. We've got one gentleman who well, you will have, if you've ever seen me do anything on Evil One's channel, so the Star Wars game is a really good example. There are a couple of people I play with in that as well, but they're all players of mine as well. So we have a gentleman who is in my current, two gentlemen that are in my current Tuesday campaign, and one gentleman who was part of the previous Saturday game, and he's a long-standing player I've had basically since I started DMing, and he basically jumps back in and out. But the thing about this campaign is, obviously, I don't want to necessarily have... I'm trying to convince Evil One to be in this campaign, whether he has time or whatnot, is kind of the dilemma there. But so we're going to see if Evil One can join. Otherwise, but on top of that, I actually want to get some new players. So in the next month or so, I'll actually be opening up applications for it on Roll20, because I do play my games on Roll20. So there is a possibility to be a part of one of these campaigns. It's good that these are really long. I think I also want some shorter ones. Well, the hard part is, and the hilarious part for me, is a lot of the existing players that will be showcasing in this campaign actually have characters that are kind of tied into the previous lore. Evil One actually has, because this world setting has been around for quite a while now, 5 years or so, maybe even longer, 6 years. Evil One has actually got dozens and well, I say dozens, but it's not dozens, but it is a couple of characters who already exist in the world. 2 of his characters are deities within the world. We also have one of his characters who is essentially part of the interplanar men in black who kind of keep an eye on that kind of stuff. We've got a crazy swamp man, Valcor, who is from the Tuesday game. He also plays Jack in Evil One's Star Wars campaign. He also has a character who is a deity now within the world. He also has a Tabaxi artificer in the campaign that he's playing now, who has links back to the rise of technology in the world. Tide Runner, who is also going to be in this campaign. I believe he's going to have a character who's an archdruid, but obviously the biggest part about this is, you know, we want to basically keep being able to create these stories, but also make it accessible to people who haven't had such a footprint in the world. And this is one of the things that I really like doing, is actually working with my players because I want them to have a rich world history in the world. Their characters have lived in it. Their characters, you know, part of the reason their characters want to save the world and things like this is because, well, they live in it, you know. So, like, those are really important concepts for my players, that you don't always have to be heroes. I don't care if you want to be a hero or not, like, but the party does have to be at least aligned in their goals. You know, and I've always said, like, I build all these maps and everything like this, but if they end up destroying the world and things like this, so be it. You know, it's their world, their characters live in it. So. Hello, Valcor. I see you lurking. So yes, each of these circles of hell also has a... Hello, Evil One! Yes, each of these circles of hell have different names to the standard Wizards of the Coast, because a lot of it has been formed around it. All players destroy worlds. I mean... kind of, I guess. I mean, you haven't been too destructive in my world yet, in my worlds yet. But part of me wants to say that maybe that isn't for lack of trying. I mean, yes. The omnipresence. But yes, spin it if you have not yet. You should check out some of Evil One stuff. If you like the creative endeavors, Evil One does have a Warhammer miniature painting stream. He's got... Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, Evil One, but we've got Star Wars on Sunday nights. We run a D&D based grung game on Wednesdays. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Hopefully, we're not too insane. That's because Spinner is amazing. Yes, we are soon going to have Power Rangers as well from the new Power Rangers system that we have been checking out. You have been a loyal follower since nearly when I started streaming, and, you know, that is something that should be recognized. You know? It's always great seeing you here, having you here. It stops me from being the crazy person that's just talking to themselves. Yes, otherwise I would just be a crazy person talking to myself the whole time. But yes, if you like crazy content, you should definitely go check out Evil One, which makes me feel like I should do this. Yay! I love it when Nightbot does the thing that it's supposed to do. Oh, you have not barely seen me scratch the surface of playing a crazy character. I mean, you have seen me probably play Hen and Yoben though, and they are probably some of the most chaotic characters I play. But I do have to save a little crazy for my D&D, campaigns. I mean, last night alone, just I'd like to take credit for the sheer level of crazy in my campaigns. But no, it is all my players. They have some very creative ideas on how to do things. To the point that, for example, I had to consider whether, my taverns put forks out on the table, just to potentially stop our crazy assassin from actually killing people with forks constantly. Oh yeah, chaos is a lot of fun. I think we've also got Vampire the Masquerade coming up on Evil One's channel as well. Yes, you have only killed one person with a fork so far. Ooh. Yep, New Year's, that's a thing for that. all drinking tonight? I got some tea, but that is just because my voice was so janky today. I mean, I will admit, Evil One is probably one of my most chaotic players. And the only reason I say this is because one of their existing characters in the world is legitimately the goddess of chaos. Well, I would say that, but Evil One does share some players in common with me. Although, I would say that Valcor is probably on par with one of our most chaotic players. I mean, in general, I don't play chaotic characters. But my Grung character started out as well, it was supposed to be a one-shot. So I would probably say that Hen is definitely one of my most chaotic characters. I mean, she has accidentally taken out some of the heaviest hitters in our party. Because she's a frog who doesn't like fire, but likes fire spells. Drunk can sometimes count as chaotic. I'm trying to think of... I definitely think that Eris was probably the most chaotic character we've ever had. Yeah, it depends on the kind of drunk. I think there has to be a fine line though, because a drunk chaotic can very quickly dip into annoying. Oh, yeah, more random. Oh, what's your character idea, Spinner? A drunk healer monk. I don't think we've had one of those in a while. I don't think Evil One's monk was... He wasn't a drunk. I think it was very rare that he actually did get drunk. But he is also not only is he the head god of the Pantheon now, he's also the... what was it? The patron saint of cage fighters, yes. Ha. That would be hilarious. Yeah, I like it when characters, or players should I say, come up with interesting concepts. Like, you don't have to be the smartest, you don't have to be the you know, you don't have to be the best at everything. I actually like it when, because of the way that I am a very story heavy DM, I actually like it when my player characters give me a lot of adversity to work with, which, you know, overcoming the norm stereotypes for your race or things like that, like, they're things that actually really appeal to me. Because I mean, if you were so great to start with, like, you know, there has to be things that happen in your life that make you want to adventure. Like, because the reality is most people wouldn't just choose to adventure because, you know, there has to be, you know, there are the people obviously who do go down the route of, you know, wanting to see the world and things like this. But at the same time, yeah, well, that's exactly it. Like, if everybody is perfect when they set off on their journey, and I'm ignoring that Pokemon, the Pokemon song there, everyone. Yeah, but if they're so perfect and they're already the best of the best, like, they're not training to become better, they're not, you know, they're not searching for something, they're not, you know, trying to better themselves, like, why are you adventuring? You know, and, you know, I know that there are some people who don't necessarily agree with that, and maybe that makes me a lazy storyteller, that I need my, you know, that I want my players to actually create what's important to them, you know, because some players do just want a character who adventures for the sake of adventuring, and that's okay too. But, you know, that's something that you need to be clear about. In my opinion, you need to be clear about at, you know, when you're starting the campaign, that your character's main goal. I didn't have to question then for a second. You did have me questioning. There was a very big moment. Which food should have been the very obvious choice there? Obviously. It's the only thing that I was actually really thinking right at the minute is I probably need to do that thing that people do when they drink too much liquid. So I will be right back. I will, instead of dipping off and leaving on a be right back page, I'll actually leave you to have a look at my Feywild map. Why not? Okay, and I am back. Thank you for holding down the fort, evil one. So, jumping back into the many hours of shading to create these layers of hell. So yes, just doing this nice, peaceful. The music that's come up tonight is actually just really chill. I'm really happy with it. Definitely do the savey thing. Okay. So this is what we've got for that so far. Oh, I don't like that transition. This transition up here is not quite what I want for it, I don't think. That's a bit better. Not so harsh a line now. But I still have the questions about these mountains. Should I change, kind of like these hills down here where I've coloured the hills as per which circle of hell they're in. Should I do kind of something similar with these? Or should I go with the dark grey of like the Tombstone Mountains here? What do we think? This. You know what? I'll put this to a poll. 2 minutes, I think. So at the top of the chat, there should be a poll for people. You win something else. You do realize if you think that you want something else, you are going to have to indicate to me what the something else is. Did you pick something else literally because I gave you a third option? But it's my poll, so I can add arbitrary rules. Why not? If you say something else, you are going to have to give me an indication of what that something else is. Because we can do something green like this, or we can kind of follow the scheme. Hot pink. I mean, some of them could be hot pink because they are passing through Snore, which is the second circle of hell. So it could potentially work. Apparently something else won. So you want a hot pink. You want a hot pink mountain range. Okay, I can make this work. I can make this work. We'll see. We'll see if we can make this work. Never trust the internets. I don't think that's true. I think a lot of my followers are reasonably trustworthy when it comes to helping me make decisions for these maps. One of the hard parts about finding the water textures that you used previously. this one. Bring this down a bit. Part of me feels like because you were one of the only people here, Evil One, I should try and run that poll. Oh, you know what? Fine. I'll give you your pink mountains. This is what I get. Okay, well, we'll leave it for now then, and we'll come back to it. How does that sound? Now I've got some thoughts for how I want to rename these. Yes, I've got some thoughts about how I want to rename these bays and whatnot. And no, Michael Boo Bay is not an option. I'm back. I am glad you're back, Spinner. We were debating running a poll for what we should do with some mountain bats. Well, I did a bit of research today. As I told you earlier that I had to do some research for this. And you will be happy to hear that I got my work done for the day, Evil One. I know it is something that you are always concerned about because of my level of procrastination. Not that anyone would believe in that. Saying what I'm like on these streams. It's pretty cool research. Like, obviously I am a big believer in, you know, adding interesting cultures into my games. So, and I like it to be diverse cultures. So, I do lots of research. Bad hair bait. No, evil one. Why are you like this? I swear, evil one, you are going to be the death of me with some of the names. I have already said that I will somehow figure out how to put in the butt heels for you. Is that not enough? Procrastination, yes. Well, some of the names that I've kind of got, there's my list. Always important, always have lists. Most of them are actually references to different underworld myths within the real world. So, Muspel Bay after Muspelheim for the Norse. We've also got Yomino Ocean. So there is that possibility as well. Why? I really do need to create an emote to basically say no, don't I? I don't think I've got one though. No. Not the bay after tomorrow. It almost makes me glad that Valcor isn't here because they would be encouraging you. No. Why? These are terrible names. I don't know. I don't know how easy he would be to summon. Evil One might be able to summon him with his dark powers. This is the thing though, like, is this a thing that we have to like chant his name like 3 times or something like this to see if he appears? Is that how our Valcor works? No! No! No. The thing that I'm worried about is that by talking about him, are we summoning Valcor? I am chanting to summon the Valcor. I mean, is that how this works? I feel sorry for Valcor. He just shows up and he's like, what is going on? Is it? They're in grounded at the moment. Okay. Well, that's good then that they're not being summoned to this atrocity of a chat. No! I apologize to everyone wearing headphones. Oh my god, he was summoned by the dark powers. What is this? Oh no. Valcor, help me. They're trying to name the bays of this, the bays of hell after terrible puns. And all I said was, no, it's a good thing Valcor's not here because then he would just be encouraging Evil One with some of his terrible ideas. No, we're not. Judgment Bay could work though. I actually will make a note of that one because Judgment Bay could work. Because it is hell after all. Valcor is going to be one of the players in this game. Yes. And maybe Spinner, using your wonderful powers of coercion, you convince Evil One that it's a good idea. A hard base night, no. Dock off Bay. It is in a hell, in the hell plane, so. Bay of Plenty. Yeah, but this is the thing. Like, does that work in hell? Oh, do the save thing. Dock of a Bay. Look, Evil One, you're already getting the butt hills. You know what? While we're here, once this is saved, we'll do this. I think it's this one. Now I have to remember which one it is. So that's... I think I want it to be greener though if it's going to be here. So let's just do a bit of a hue shift. Where should we put it? Ha ha ha, Evil One. So funny. You are hilarious. Where to put these? You know what? Do it over here. I feel like this should be in the material plane, and I know exactly where it should be. Is that better, Evil One? You got your heels. Okay, give me some bay names. I'll allow one. What should we name the Butt Hill Bay? Give me a couple suggestions. Yeah, what should we name some of these? It's alright, I'm starting one. I just need some options. No. Jojo. Oh no, what have we started? I mean, it is a bay in hell, so I'll allow it. One more. Alright, we'll go with that. Oh, fuck. We can't do that because it doesn't work. But who knows? They have a church on it. And you know what? We'll say 5 minutes. It wouldn't let me call it the Butt Hill Bay. Oh no, Judgment Bay is going to be in there regardless, I think. Just because it is a hell based. That's supposed to be Latter Bay, but okay. We love the fact. So at the top of the chat, it should have a little poll there for you. For anyone who wants to participate. So it's probably going to be this bay in here. Or here. Boo Bay, yeah. I'm hoping we don't tie. Hopefully that, you know, there'll be somebody who wants to be a defining vote. It's a lot of pressure, man. Oh, see, Jojo just... If we do a Boo Bay, I've been told that the mayor of that bay has to be called Michael. So he is Michael of Boo Bay. We've got 5 minutes, so we'll see what happens. Bay of Prayers. That's a clever one. Play Bay. The terrible puns. What have I done? What have I allowed you guys to do? What have I allowed you guys to coerce me into? I'm fairly sure Valcor will thank you for it too. Oh no, we're gonna tie. We need someone to be a tiebreaker. You started this, not a... Yes, I know. I made the critical error of allowing my players to once again name something. Apparently Dock of a Bay won. Oh, you know, I don't expect it to be serious in any way stretch of the imagination. We have a town called Polywaffle. Okay, it looks like you have won with Dock of a Bay. Okay, Dock of a Bay it is. Oh, you sad, Eve. There we go. Your bay. It's really bad because all I can think of is Justin Bieber right now because of it. Hey, I don't mind if you want to get rowdy in here, as long as you clean up your messes. Thank you, Cameron. There are other bays to be named as well, yes. And I believe there is actually an option in my channel points that I think you get just for watching and participating, that you can actually name other stuff, which I may come to regret that, but hey, I like you guys to be involved. And yes, thank you for the 50 followers. It was very overwhelming at the time. No egrets. Yep. Areas of... What we've got left is the naming areas of hell and things like this, so... because we've got the circle names, but there could be different territories. There could be different... Hell of a bay, yeah. Well, as you can see, we have this whole bay here, and there's other bays. There's Hideaway Cove as well. This needs to be renamed. But yes, so we actually need 2 names for these. And once I've finished shading this, I will actually rename these oceans. Saturday. Oh. See, you guys are good at this. No, this is not the same map, actually. I finished up. No, there is a combination. Yes. So, answering one question after the other. Cameron, the map that I was finishing up last week was, and I'll just switch over to it, this one here. And I was juggling sandhills and things like this. This is the material plane map. But we've moved on to Nethraeg, which is the Hell's version of this world. And I'm currently building this tiered effect, basically. In terms of, to answer your question, Spinner, they are a mixture of salt water and fresh water. The rivers are predominantly freshwater, but as you can see, they probably do have areas of estuary where they meet saltwater areas. So they may start out as fresh water coming from the mountains and things like this, but as they obviously flow through, they do mix with the ocean. So yeah, the plan is to slowly work my way through the world maps, just because I like them. There's actually a whole world lore that the players had already ruined this. The reason the world is like this is because of player intervention, actually. They basically started but stopped an apocalypse, essentially. One of the previous characters was lured into a plot involving the Necronomicon and releasing an entity known as the Titan King back into the world. Now, the Titan King is actually an entity from the first era of the world, preceding the first era. He's kind of, in a roundabout way, he would, I suppose, he'd be considered a proto-deity. So, and he was locked away the plot line for him was he was kind of locked away for betraying the head gods of the pantheon at the time, being the gods of fate, creation, time, death, that kind of thing. And he and his sister, who essentially was the antithesis of magic, basically, and basically a primordial entity of chaos, They tried to overthrow the god of creation, who was the head god of the pantheon at the time, and in doing so landed himself and all those that supported him being locked away in Tartarus, and various punishments were doled out to those who supported him. The worst of which was essentially being trapped in between the planes of existence, which it was very difficult for them to be released from that. However, this entity known as the Titan King, he was clever enough that he convinced the goddess of magic to make it possible for him to return to the world. And so he had the Necronomicon created. And so when the players who were in that particular campaign got the Necronomicon, their whole kind of plot with it was, once they had started releasing things from the Necronomicon, the only way that they could stop them was to continue until they got to the final seal of the Necronomicon, which was the actual raising of the Titan King. And there was kind of a singular moment that they had before them in which they could stop him from returning. However, as all of this had gone on, it had led to events such as an event that is now, for this campaign, known as the Merge happened, which is very reminiscent / inspired a little bit, I guess, by the chilling adventures of Sabrina, in the fact that the Hell plane, the Material plane, and the Fey plane have actually been pulled into a situation where they are all now existing on the Material plane, but they are kind of like parallel overlapping each other. So there is still a level of kind of plane shiftiness to it. You can't just, go to, the Feywild or whatever. You've still got to jump between. But all of this is also made a lot more difficult by the fact that magic is now unstable because of the events of the stuff that had kind of happened in the Necronomicon. Also technological advancements. Arcana tech is very big in the world. So this campaign, which I will be streaming, is going to be a bit more futuristic. Each of them kind of have a different vibe. It has been established for a while that hell is very much a bureaucracy kind of situation. But the issue with that is, thanks to the events of what happened, souls now don't have as much value. So soul deals and things like this has essentially wrecked the economy of hell. So a soul doesn't go as far, which makes things hard for the demons in hell and things like this. The Feywild technology is at a place of like steampunk-esqueness, because they do have a bit more connection to magic thanks to Yggdrasil and the world tree, like obviously the world tree and things like that. And the Material plane is going to have a very cyberpunk-esque aspect to it, because obviously they have had a lot of creation because of their dealings with Arcana tech and things like this. So I have, around building the maps and things like this, I have figured out what races, I say races, I mean species, are going to be playable species. There is going to be a lot of choice in terms of not just the standard Wizards of the Coast races. There are also a lot of homebrew races, third-party races that the players can also choose to play. And I've also been figuring out how the weapon mechanics are going to work, because obviously it isn't fair for the Feywild people, regardless of how talented they might be, with very old school medieval weapons and things like this. The fact is, technology has surpassed that. So while they will still have things like your warhammers and things like this, there are also going to be things like stun guns, lightsabers, other guns and things like this as well. So There was some discussion that bow proficiencies are just going to straight up become compound bow proficiencies, no short bow, long bow, that kind of thing. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of thinking about how I want to make all of that operate and whatnot. When it comes to building the maps for the material plane, I'm going to make it a lot more... I've been working on some assets because obviously Inkarnate doesn't have some ridiculously futuristic sets yet. So I have been working on some of those. So they will come into play as well. And so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, all fun relics. Both Valcor and Evil One's previous characters have had a hand in furthering technology in the world as well. So, but obviously the new players I will have coming in as well, I want them to be able to have their kind of mark on the world, so that it's not like, oh, there are going to be some players who have this insane knowledge of all of this stuff. But also it's part of the reason why we're kind of I'm going to start it in the Feywild, because the Feywild is not somewhere we have really explored. And so it will be an even kind of starting ground for everyone to a certain degree. Yes. Yes. Evil One's character from one of the first campaigns I ran was actually... It's really weird because it started in the Second Era, and at the time I didn't know it was the Second Era. It's just the world has actually kind of, over the years, has progressed like this. But yes, his Tortle Tranquility Monk Wild Soul Barbarian is now the head god of the Pantheon. And through his efforts, part of the reason why anybody who's going to be playing a cleric, if anyone wants to play a cleric, part of the reason that they will have access to celestial magic, because his character, who is a god, is actually making sure that to maintain that connection. But also he also has a secondary god in this world, who is the goddess of chaos and love, because that makes sense. He was also a gunslinger, a human gunslinger, who ended up becoming a planeswalker. And yeah, Valcor also had a bit of a say in the progression of the world, thanks to his Tabaxi artificer as well. So I do like putting in elements, not just from my current players and things like this, but also players I've had in the past as well, because I really love the fact that people have put time and effort into their characters. They've put time and effort into the world, their character's story, and you know, as I want those stories to be reflected. His Tortle Monk is responsible for several things. So he is currently the head god of the Pantheon. He is the god of balance. So technically not order, very much so balance, which is how he is also the patron god of cage fighters. He is also partially responsible, or mostly responsible, for the Turtle Sutra. I don't want to explain more than that. If you know, you know. Because players. So yeah. Oh yeah, you are responsible for that too, when you tried to retire the character and you gave him a really, really sad, like, Uncle Iroh-like scene. My requirements for a player's backstory. One, it needs to, if you are going to tie it very heavily to your class and, you know, and how you've built your character. Because I start all my campaigns at level 3. I don't start them from level 1. But basically, I don't care how much detail you put in. It doesn't have to be ridiculously long, just a couple of short paragraphs, but it's not a 96, it's only like 42, but it's a 42 question document, but it's very basic things like what's your character's name, how do you pronounce your character's name, your character's age, what do they look like, who were they raised by, like what did your parents or caregivers do, do you have any siblings, who is your best friend, so they're very much, once upon a time it was 100 questions, it's been heavily stripped back now, but usually I like the players to do the questionnaire before they give me a backstory. No, definitely not that. It's not in that detail. It's more the point of, if you answer the questions first, you have a better feel for your character's morality, why they do things. I can say that Valcor almost always kills off all of his family in his backstories. Like, he almost always writes an orphan backstory. But leaves it, the point of it is the only requirement I kind of really have is don't write it so closed-ended that there's no possibility of surprises. So, yeah, leave it open. Unless it's like a really obvious thing, like, oh, my mother died. I turn around and, that's fine if you just leave it in, oh, my mother died and then I was like inspired to go and do this. I will then talk to you later about it going, okay, well, how did your mother die? Like, and I'll talk to you one-on-one personally about that kind of stuff. So like it just needs to be a basic rundown. But for example, if you're someone who builds a character around specific classes or, you have a certain way that you want to build your character, that's absolutely fine. Build your character the way you want, but I want your character backstory to essentially match how you got those kind of levels in things, or you have the skills that you do, Yeah, just little things like that. I mean, it's been a while since anyone's given me a 20-page packet. I mean, I feel like you kind of did with Arashi in the end. Just because I feel like, yeah, but you also created a whole town, a whole culture. You basically created a whole elven assassin village, and you wanted to go into depth. Like, I didn't ask you to do that. You decided to do that yourself. And I'm happy if you want to do that. Like, you can put as much or as little effort in as you want, because it's your character and you need to be the one that's going to remember it. Yeah, basically put in as much or as little detail as you want, but it's got to be something that your character's going to remember, and, leave it open-ended enough that I can do something with your story. There's no point giving me this whole story of like definitives, because then you've told me what your story is, and, even if your story is like everybody around me died and that's very closed, but you're then like, and so I'm on this path of vengeance. Okay, well then I need to know why. What is your kind of, like, what led you to leave? Oh, you don't have to take notes. Hello, Wayland. Oh, I don't care if you like take notes or not. I will say this, as a player, I don't take notes. I'm really bad at it. So, yes, welcome, Wayland. Yeah. Oh, I will say the Roll20 character sheet, if you've never used it before, I can understand why it would be overwhelming. Okay. But yeah, the whole point of the way that I like playing my games is, at the end of the day, it's supposed to be fun. And don't get me wrong, we all come here because we, you know, want to go through the emotional highs and lows. But my games are heavy roleplay, heavy intrigue. I think Evil One can attest to this, that the way that I storytell is in like circles upon kind of circles. And so, you know, there's always something to investigate, even if it doesn't necessarily tie back in or straight away, you know, but usually there's some overarching plot that lots of little things like build up to. I maintain that you don't have to play hero characters. You can be anti-heroes and things like this, or you can destroy the world. I also don't mind if you want to do that too, as long as a party, for whatever reason, you are aligned in your goal. And it is okay if your party has arguments and things like this. You know, I'm happy for that to happen. Yeah, that tends to happen. And it's even more fun once you start getting into the realm of like third party stuff. And well, I've always used Roll20, and so therefore over the years I've actually found it really simple, very intuitive. But I do know that a lot of people, like I have played in a couple of games in Foundry, and for the DMs running that, it's brilliant. I like it. It works really well in terms of, especially if you're very detail oriented as a DM, in terms of like you want to track time, you want to track everything. Like Foundry is really good at like everything kind of interconnecting that way. However, when I started DMing about 6 years ago, Foundry hadn't really got off the ground yet, and so Roll20 was really it. But one of the things that I've liked over all this time is I've put in a lot of custom character sheets for NPCs and things like this, and just the fact that you are really easily be able to share them across things and it's all in one place. Whereas I know Foundry has everything's on servers. So unless the DM is available to be around for you to change stuff, the DM has to be in the server so you can go in and change things in Foundry. Whereas at any time you can show up in Roll20 and start, you know, I'll turn around and go, oh, well, I didn't get around to leveling up my character last week or whatever. I'll go in and do it before the game or whatever. So there is that possibility as well. I'm neither for nor against either of them. I just think whatever works for you. As a DM, running in Foundry would probably drive me mental, just because I would get too lost in the detail-oriented kind of stuff part of it, just because I do tend to throw myself into it like that. But at the same time, I know that it really works for some people. But yeah, I've found Roll20 really usable as well. Also because it has other systems you can run through it too. So I've run a variety of like one-shot, like Honey Heist, Crash Test Pandas, things like that. I go in and check my character sheets, I go in and check my players' sheets every so often and things like this. Make sure that everything's adding up the way that it should. I don't take a lot of notes, but as a general rule, most of the people I've played with for a while, but even still, I know that this is probably a little naive of me, but I turn around and just trust my players, because at the end of the day, if I can't trust them to do the right thing when it comes to their character sheets, why then my game I'm not going to trust them to, not deliberately screw me over. Because as a DM, I don't see that I'm like, while I have to play the bad guys, I'm not against the party. I'm not out to deliberately kill anyone or target anyone. Yeah, and they all keep the same levels. Everyone levels the same. I use milestone leveling, not XP. So, and I set my milestones to be like an event. So regardless of whether they achieve the event or they fail at the event or whatever, it's fine. They're going to level anyway just for meeting that event. So, yeah. And so basically, because it is milestone leveling that way and it's based around the story, they get to decide how fast they're traveling through this. And because it is very roleplay heavy games for my games, the games can be a lot slower. So yeah, it's just easier to keep them all at the same level. I also tend to put in a lot of, like, not all the time, but there are a lot of little running jokes. For example, like, one guy really likes animals and I just kind of throw animals at him all the time, just for him to adopt. And so this is how they've ended up with a Shershu, which is that paralyzing lick badger thing from Avatar. They've got one of those, they've got a Triceratops, they've got 5 red pandas, they've got a honey badger, all in their current party as additional animals that they're kind of taking around with them. Evil One had a character who had a red panda demon imp familiar who just went around causing shit, basically. Yeah. Oh, all of those things. Yeah, they all have differing HP as per their classes and things like that. I do allow you to either roll or take the average. I don't really care. You do what works for you. We roll for stats. Most of the time it's the 4D, 6D1. But the only other secondary rule that we have with that, though, is you have to get at least 71 points, and that's because of Valcor. Valcor every time Valcor rolls, he statistically rolls so bad that we ended up having to put a cap in, that you have to at least roll at least a minimum 71 points, I think it is. Before that, we just and I say we because Evil One and I kind of use the same rules on this. But before that, we did used to, we run all of our chat through Discord, and it's a Discord dice roller. yeah. Before that, we used to let them have 2 rolls and they could pick which set of rolls that they wanted. But yes, Valcor, the last time Valcor had to roll, I think it took them 13 rolls to get above that 71. So in the end, we ended up putting in an extra rule just for Valcor. So now we have a few more people here. I'm going to run that poll again for the mountains, I think. Because this mountain range here, I don't know if I should colour it. See how this hill range here follows the coloration of these circles of hell that they're going to be in. I don't know if I want to do something similar here. Evil One thinks hot pink, but I'm happy to open it up to anyone on this. So there we go. Oh, no. Thank you for the hydration station. I do not remember to drink enough water when I'm doing this. Hello to everybody who has just joined. We are trying to decide on the colour for this mountain range, whether it should follow, because these are the circles of hell, and they will eventually all have like these ridges down in colour. Should we colour them like that? Should we colour them dark grey like the tombstone ranges over here? Or should we colour them some other colour? Which of course, if you do want another colour, you need to suggest what colour it is. And for everybody else who's watching, I know that Spinner redeemed a hydration station, but everybody else should have some water too. Or whatever you are drinking of your choice. I know your suggestion. Your suggestion was hot pink. The name of the mountain range that I think I am going with, where's my list? I have a list. I think it's going to be the Tenebrous Blades. Yes, this will be the Tenebrous Blades, which basically just means the Shadow Blades. It is based after a very small... Oh, now I've got to remember what... I think he was a Grey Verdin, I believe. His name was Teneb. He travelled with the goddess of chaos. He actually ended up being one of the dream gods who had been thrown out of time, who had been thrown out of hell because of the actions of an artificer in the world. Another colour, yes. Do you think for the life of me... There we go. That's what I wanted. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think it is exclamation vote, I believe. Oh no. Why do I get the feeling that these are going to be hot pink? You know what? There's some really cool mountain choices, so I'll show you if that ends up being the case. And of course, as always, put it on the fifth layer. We'll see how we're going. Hi, tape player. We are getting there. It has been an interesting stream. We've been naming things. I say we've been naming things, but this is how we end up with things like Dock of a Bay. We've got the Yomina Ocean. We've got the Epithemian Ocean. However, Periwinkle Bay, Hideaway Cove, Nightstone Bay, and Good News Bay needs to be changed. Which... this one here can be changed to Judgment Bay. That is not how you spell judgment. Okay. Oh god. Okay, hot pink it is. I promised, so I guess it's gonna be hot pink. Thank you for the cheer. I very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cameron. Yes, we got the hot pink mountains. Okay. So if we start working on the hot pink mountains, because I'm going to have to actually replace all of these, because I don't think, for example, if I just click one and change the hue, it's not going to work out the way I'd like. As you can see, it makes the snow go kind of weird. So, see, as you can see, it makes the snow go kind of weird. Plus, what I'm planning for the hills is, this one is the icy cold one, but these are not so much. So, let us go into the mountain ranges and have a look, shall we? Ooh, if you'll just excuse me for 1 minute, I just need to let my doggo in. Yes, I have a doggo. I have a noodle snoot. He's a whippet. His name is Mac. And he is a good boy. Don't listen to Evil One. Evil One does not like doggos all that much. Evil One prefers my cat. See, here we go. Thank you for gifting the sub to Jojo Just. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so cute. Yes, no, I have a Whippet as a dog, and I have, she doesn't have a breed per se. She's just a very big, black, fluffy cat. Her name is Elfie, so. So yes, we've got these red mountains, but let's see if we can color these to being hot pink. Part of me, I know we've called it the Tenebrous Blades, but you're really tempting me to call it the Devil's Nipples now. But then we might get in a lot of trouble. We have to censor that kind of stuff, apparently. Like that shade of pink? Is this shade of pink okay? Don't cover them, be proud. Yeah, but Instagram and TikTok and things like this get kind of weird about it. Anyway, is this pink adequate for everyone? I can try to make it brighter. Like, I feel like that's a bit too lurid though. Like, at least the other one was a little bit more subtle. Bring it back just a little bit. That's okay. Is this what we're... That kind of looks a little bit like the Sorting Hat too. I don't know why. You know what though? This is the Ring of Gluttony though. So I was originally going to have like candy coloured mountains in this area anyway. No, I made it too purple then. Is it called Strawberry Shake Pink? I mean, it could be. Now I just need to start filling in all of these mountains here. You know what? Before I do that, actually, I'm going to... do that. Or should I keep it in and... I suppose then that they're the Devil's Peaks. I'll allow... I just had to realise that I had to allow that. Why is hot pink... Auto mod. Why is hot pink considered the issue with that sentence? We could... I mean... Let's have a look here, shall we? Okay. The hard part here is I'm going to have to change the mountain range. Oh, we're getting into very dangerous territory with that kind of speculation. This is a family-friendly stream, within reason. Are we sure we want this hot pink all the way? Yeah, exactly. The shoes. Yes, exactly. Oh, I suppose that doesn't look too bad once you've got it like that. Let's see if we can also find some smaller ones as well that we can... Because I think these are just straight up mountains. Yes, as it is, I'm going to have to alter the ranges anyway. Let me just, I've got to make a note of this though, otherwise I'm going to lose the colour. We could probably mix the pink in with some black. Let me have a look. But first, just let me write down the colour of this, the filter colour of this pink, because otherwise... Otherwise, when I go to the other maps, it's not going to. The devil's spine could work. However, there are multiple devils though. There's like not... I mean, I am slowly working my way through renaming them all, but at least within the canon of the world, Asmodeus was the leader of hell, so... Yeah, I mean, as a standard setting, it does have the usual Wizards of the Coast stuff, but I've been trying to at least move away from some of that, just in case at any point you guys want this to be a book at some point with all the maps and everything, and who knows, I don't know, thoughts. Dark mountains. Are these going to be too big though? This will be a question. Not sure about that. I feel like it's because of the sheer pinkness, we might have to... Let's have a look. Okay, so the main thing we want to keep is the pinkness. We do want to keep the pinkness. I don't know if I... Well, no, because these are in this part of the world. We want to keep some of this pink. It's a massive back. All right, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. I'm glad you like the little savage man. Let's have a look, shall we? We also want to create some different colours then, I think. Oh, make it bigger. Bring the brightness down, but maybe... We go right up. But is the purple too much? See, that's too dark. See, I like the Black Sands idea. That's why I'm trying to figure out how to make this work. can't see what I'm doing. See, the fact is though that adds some red in there. This could work. At least through this candy colored area. Just like a Technicolor. What are we thinking? These ones here, I might actually change to be a bit more gold because this is going to be greed. So as you can see, the kind of gold colored ones. Let's have a bit of a play around, shall we? Let's try some mixing here to make it a bit more red, maybe. That is possible. Anything is possible in this world, let's be honest. I kind of like what that's done, but let's see if we can... No. Wrong. Bit more peachy. And how about we go? I want to keep the hot pink overall, I think, because obviously honouring the vote. But let's just make some of these, tone some of these back a little bit. Yeah, that's exactly it. We're trying to... I'm trying to make these ones back here work, but what I actually think I need to do back here... You know what? This actually works with what you wanted to do. Let's just... Nope, it's... The outline is black. And I actually think the outline is 2. This actually works too, because this circle here is lust. Nope, if we remove that one accidentally, that doesn't help us. This is not as easy as it looks. Yes, which is fine. I don't like that little mountain in the back there. And we'll bring in some of the black, I think. What do we think? We just need to find a good black mountain. We'll try these. If this isn't dark enough, we'll darken them up. You are not dark enough. Make you bigger so I can see what I'm doing first of all. Saturation. Brightness. I think it's taking on the land mass beneath it. We'll make it a little smaller, I think. Well, who knows what the summit is called? I'm sure my players will probably help me out with that at some point. And this is fine that it's all candy coloured. Mainly because I want to at least keep these two here as they are so they match up. Yeah. It's a little bit of the Alice in Wonderland situation. I might actually, can I get some big ones in here? I think I need to put them up a layer though, too. The problem with putting them on the layer above, as you can see, they do actually move around a lot. So I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. I think I have to keep it below. Make it bigger. Oh god, do I have to go even bigger? Yeah, no, I don't like that as much. See, that's kind of cool. And it brings in that red still of Lust. However... I've got the candy coloured daydream still going, so I'm happy about that. Hopefully that'll do it. Too much. Yeah, no, I very much pertain Lust to anything that you have a strong desire for. Just because I understand that some people aren't really that keen in, you know, playing out that stuff. I never force my players to play out that kind of idealization just because, you know, that's the really basic term of lust. It's basically a strong desire for anything, and I would much prefer it to pertain to that. Just writing down the values here. I I always knew that the hell layer was going to take me a while just because of all of the coloration changes. And I'm happy leaving them as they are, I think. Unless we think these should be a little bit snow-capped, but I think that's fine. Are we happy with the result in the end of those? Yes, no? I honestly haven't thought that far ahead. It's just a brightly coloured mountain. Mostly I'm thinking because it's through gluttony. And for me, I mean, gluttony is a hunger, a desire for something like that. They kind of all flow down into each other that way. So, and I kind of wanted that reflected. So, but I kind of wanted gluttony to be kind of very heavily food oriented. Okay, good. That's what I wanted. Which the best part is if I lose this piece of paper with all these values and I'll have to go write them down again. You'd be surprised at how often I have to do it. Well, that's exactly it. I was also thinking, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be your traditional opinions of 26. Yeah, it doesn't have to be your traditional opinions of gluttony. Like, there could be things to be like creatures that are eaten. Take a picture with your phone. What am I taking a picture of my phone? I'm just very confused for a minute. Forgive me. Oh yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, it would just be a matter of actually going in and having to re-record. I mean, the amount of downtime stuff that I actually end up doing just to make sure that I can show up on stream and do this. Oh, the hilarious part is the way that I take my notes, more specifically. It is on just a scrap of paper. Will you allow me minus 185? No. So it has to be 185. There we go. 28. Size 26. So then we come through and we this to be the mist. What are the mountains called? Straight up mountains. Question is, if I put these up a layer, is this going to cause a problem? Oh, that didn't cause too much of a problem. What stats skills the players have? Don't know yet. They actually haven't rolled. They know that they know that a game is coming up. They don't know. They know that it's starting in February. But until I have all the players for the campaign, I won't actually be getting them to roll stats or anything like that. So that'll probably happen in the next month or so before the Christmas break. Yeah, it'll probably happen before the Christmas break. Or in January. And but yeah, like I said, they can put their stats wherever they like. The only real rule is that they have to, their points that they roll have to equal up to 71 to start with. But they can put them wherever they want. And I don't. The races / species do have set ability score modifiers depending on the species, which I do because there are going to be specialized Fey rules. I do have a whole list that I will be providing for them as well. So and everything from, there's a whole heap of stuff, like I've created a whole subsect of, for example, there is a whole lot of, for example, Aarakocra subspecies. So it's not just, they don't just have to be like an eagle style Aarakocra. I now have the possibilities for them to be like a peacock or a parrot or a white ibis kind of thing, which I don't know if it's just an Australian thing, but the white ibis one is a little bit of a joke. There is also a cassowary. Again, a little Australian inside joke, that there is a cassowary subspecies of Aarakocra as well, which of course they do not get a fly stat. For my viewers who are not from Australia, cassowaries are a flightless bird, much like the ostrich and the emu. So they do of course have like an elevated running speed. They have an elevated running speed. They have a stomp attack, things like that. We have some minor modifications to standard races. We have full-on third-party races. For example, I have allowed races from Heliana's Guide to Monster Hunting. We've got some races from Heliana's Guide to Monster Hunting. We have stats for... we have homebrewed stats as well for races of completely fey creatures like the Dullahan, which is your headless horseman. We have fairies, which are different to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight fairies. So there are actually subspecies of fairies. So you've got the pixies and the sparrowmen. We also have completely homebrewed races in the Corcade, which is our dog race. And it's not just fey corgis. It's also, you want to play a Doberman-like dog race, you can do so. So we also have the Keishi. And so, I've put a lot of work into not just offering the standard stuff. So Heliana's has things like the Raken, which is a raccoon folk. For example, Valcor is really struggling with the fact that they could play a Rocket the Raccoon kind of character. We also have the Grove Tenders, which are essentially just Flora Colossi, which is, for anyone who is a bit of a Marvel nerd, just Groot. So I wanted to give them the capabilities to play those kind of characters if they wanted to. And just go absolutely crazy with it, you know. Because they're all going to be from the Feywild as well. They all get the Fey ancestry trait, but they also have the weakness to iron. Oh, I think it's a little bit easier when I'm the one doing it though. You know, and as I've said time and time again on this stream, I'm just really passionate, not just about the world lore and things like this, but I want my players to be able to tell the story that they want to tell, you know, and part of that is, you know, occasionally letting them play the absolutely crazy character. And that's okay. As long as you have a good story for it, I don't care. Night, Valcor. It was wonderful having you here. But yeah, I want my players to be able to have as much choice as possible because I very much view it as a collaborative storytelling thing. So I want my players to have as much fun as possible. And at the end of the day, as long as mechanically when it comes to the homebrew and third party stuff, it's not that I'm inherently against it. It's more the fact of it always comes with the caveat in my games that you are aware that it is very much considered a playtest. So, for example, I'm happy to run it, but if at any time during play something seems incredibly overpowered or broken, you know, we have the ability to alter it. And, you know, if you are going to play one of those things, you are aware that that may happen. So, and obviously I work with the players as well when that happens, so it's not just like, oh, instantly you get nerfed of something. That's not fair either, because, you know, part of the reason you picked a certain thing that you wanted to play was because you wanted to play it because it was cool. So we try to flavor text it in a way that you still get the coolness factor of what you were doing, but then it brings you a bit more to the party fairness, because I want everyone in my game to have fun. And if one person is ridiculously overpowered and is constantly just getting to do everything, that's not fun for the rest of the party. Like, you know, you've got to be okay with being adaptable so that everybody at the table is having fun. And that includes me as the DM too. Like, I think a lot of people forget that the DM is a player just like the other players at the table, and so therefore they also have to have fun running the game for you, you know. And, you know, it's not as simple as, oh, well, the DM just doesn't want to lose. Well, no. Yeah, we've done a couple of things actually, and some of those things are like if you play an artificer who can create a bag of holding, you know, things like if you decide to try and create a money laundering thing using the bag of holding scheme kind of thing, you know, you might tank the economy of an area. So all of a sudden you've made all of these bags of holding that you want to sell, and now they're basically worthless kind of thing. You know, it is very much viewed as the world as a living, breathing organism that responds to things that happen within it. So, you know, if you go into a town and constantly start fights and everything like this, and you have a bad reputation as a group, you know, that is going to be reflected in how people, towns, guardsfolk are going to see you. You know? Yeah, exactly. Like, and it comes back to the, I like my player characters to have adversity in their backstories. You know, because if your character isn't challenged by anything, why are they doing what they're doing? Like, the reality is the way that most people write their character backstories is, you know, most character backstories have some level of trauma in them. I think we can all agree with that. So that usually means that your character was pushed by something or into something that they didn't want to do, like, you know, to travel or, you know, that kind of stuff. You know, because they want to avenge their family or, you know, stuff like that. Oh, we're getting a bit off. It's always good to bring back your... It is always good to bring back your guidelines to figure out where things are. Yeah, pretty much. I know that this can become a bit of a controversial topic, but it's one of the reasons why I still advocate for certain story points. For example, you know, oppression in a story. Like, I know that there are people out there who will argue that it's not very good storytelling or lazy storytelling or whatever. But the fact is, the way that I view my world, and I am aware that this is just the way that I view it, and obviously everybody views their own D&D worlds differently, but my world is a fantasy world and it is not indicative of real world history. I have taken inspiration from real world places, real world religions, real world mythos, more specifically real world mythos and things like that. And also real world cultures, because this is how, as humans, we write things. We write things that we experience, we know, we study, we observe. And I do try to be respectful with it, with the realization that these are real cultures that exist for real people in the real world. And I want to honor them in my world. But at the same time, the fact is, it is still a fantasy world. Things that happened in our real world didn't happen the same way in my fantasy world that is not the same place, that has vastly different species. You know, so you are going to potentially encounter things like oppression. You are going to encounter things like slavery. I try not to do it as a blanket rule of, like, for example, like speciesism. I don't like the word racism because obviously humans are not the only race in my fantasy worlds. But, you know, there are some people in the world that will experience speciesism. But I try not to do it as a blanket rule, as in, oh, all people of this particular place believe this about this person. Yeah. Well, that's exactly it. There is a fine line between obviously railroading, but also the realization that the DM still has to put... It's not so much railroading, but there can be ways, obviously, that a DM can funnel players without it being, like, straight on railroading. And I know, like, I've been guilty of railroading before. Like, when I first started DMing, it was a case of I really originally struggled with letting go of the concept of my story and the fact of, yeah, I want to tell my story, but the fact is this is a collaborative effort. Originally, yeah, I struggled to let go of that and let my players have a bit more free reign to experience the world the way that they wanted to experience the world. So I did struggle a bit with that. And, you know, I'm not immune to making, you know, some very classic mistakes that new DMs do. I've made some bad calls as a DM. I've made I've made mistakes and things like this but I think it comes with a level of grace as well, of the realization that your players aren't perfect, you aren't perfect, and a lot of the time... Oh, curveballs can be fun though, Jojo. I had a whole campaign that we just referred to as the Chaos Crew, and I couldn't plan for them. Because, for example, they would be traveling through a desert and they would see some people standing on the sandhill, kind of like in The Mummy, you know, a clan who was just keeping tabs like soldiers or whatever, and they released a falcon and they saw this falcon and all of a sudden they're like, we need to follow that falcon to find out what they said. Yeah, but why? They might not have said anything about you. It doesn't matter. We need to know what was said. And so they followed it, even though they were in the middle of something. And that campaign was really great at teaching me improv. Just go with it, you know. I can happily say that I feel like I've learned something from every campaign I've run. Yeah, that tends to be the case. My current players are in the middle of scoping out attacking a temple and a therapist within the temple because they're fairly certain that it is a head for a ring that is mind controlling people. And who am I to say they're wrong? You know, they have to find it out for themselves. Exactly. I think there comes a level of, as well, that you can throw everything at your players, but your players will only interact with what interests them. And so if you kind of take that as a guide of what interests your players, you know, take that as the guide of what's interesting your players and, you know, as a way to cater the campaign a little bit more to what they want to do. You know, that being said, it still needs to be within your style, so you're still having fun, but, you know, there can be a lot to be said to creating what your characters interact with. Like, not entirely all the time either, because obviously, like I said, you've got to enjoy what you're doing, but... Don't do that, but I don't know. I'm not going to say that this is a note of pride, because I have had players and ex-players say that I probably need to do it more. I need to put them in more threatening situations. But I have never actually deliberately killed a player. I might have killed one, maybe, and they managed to resurrect them. It just... Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, I can kind of understand the logic behind it. They don't want to bring the danger to their backyard. Yeah, I can understand. They don't want to bring it to their own. They don't want to bring it to their own homes. so stay in a house that isn't associated with them. That makes sense, I guess. Now, bear with me a minute. I just need to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. You know what? I'll leave you on the Feywild map again. You can have a bit of a look. Going crazy while I'm not here. Always appreciated. I don't know if I should do this as a black shadow. I thought the black shadow was okay, but let's take this pink then, and we'll do some alteration of saturations and stuff. Bring the brightness right down, I think. This might work. Well, it depends. I mean, like, for example, I don't have, they're not very, my players aren't very combat heavy. So, but I do have some players who really, really like the dungeon crawly kind of stuff. So every now and then I do just have to throw in like a wizard's tower or because otherwise I get very, very overwhelmed with the sheer amount of lore. I mean, you pointed out, Spinner, that it was impressive that I remember all of this stuff, but the fact is, sometimes it can be too much. Like, yeah, I have players who are completely overwhelmed by the sheer amount of lore. Oh yeah. The best thing you can learn to do, and this was the advice of one of my players a few years ago, figure out how to say yes and. The very classic improv line, I know, but if you can do that, you will amaze your players every time, because it will make it look like you have prepared for every eventuality that they have thrown at you, which you know that isn't possible, but they don't need to know that. Oh, yeah. It's one of the best ways that I have actually learned to make this bullshit run, is literally just keep it open-ended enough that you can somehow make it all work and flow together. Like, it looks like I've done, well, admittedly I have done a lot of work because it's 4 eras worth of stuff, but it is amazing how much of it is just throw it together and hope for the best. Hopes and prayers at this point. And some of it has only become canon world lore as time has passed. I very much started this campaign, or at least the second year of the campaign, with a concept of a book that I had wanted to write when I was much younger, after seeing a documentary actually. And, you know, just starting with one town. Yeah, sometimes you put real world aspects in just because you are absolutely floored why they are doing the crazy thing that they are doing. You're like, why are you doing this? They can't tell you an answer. And they're like, because it seems like the most logical thing to do. And you're like, I mean, is it? You know, and I mean, it is, I think it is the funny part as a DM to basically, because you hold all the cards and you know where at least the story is supposed to be going, it's sometimes funny watching them make those decisions. And you're just like, but why? Why have you done this? At the end of the day, as long as they're having fun, you're having fun. Does it really matter how they actually got to a place? Or, I mean, skinning a large animal just to live inside it is sometimes questionable, but I mean, when haven't we had like a lizard folk who has wanted to, you know, not waste the bodies of like the corpses of your enemies because it's food. You know, I had in one of my campaigns, he was a necromancer, and one of his whole traits that he could do obviously is summon, you know, undead hordes. And they had gone around and they eventually had gone to a town, and it was all well and good that they had gone to this town. It was fine. But what they hadn't been expecting, so he did his typical thing. He wanted to look for corpses. Yeah, it looks really good once you actually get it all. Look, you can make any crazy idea work, you know, with enough time, effort, blending, and faith, trust, and pixie dust. Let's be honest. Yeah, exactly. Someone has to answer. Sometimes they have to answer for their war crimes. But yeah, so there was this necromancer, and they had been, every time that they would encounter a ruin or anything like this, he had been very carefully trying to find dead bodies that he can summon and all this kind of stuff. And they went to this town, And it turned out that this town was run, like this was a precursor to this game that I'm running. Like it's a prototype kind of thing. And the queens that owned this town basically had punished a family for whatever crimes that they had deemed. Oh, thank you, Cameron. Thank you again. But yes, so it had they were these witch queens and they had punished this family, and the witch queens, be aware that if you're going to watch this game, the witch queens are vile, like actually vile. And so they had kidnapped the child of this family and the family hadn't followed through, and so they just straight up killed the child, cemented his feet, dropped him into the harbour. Well, they found this necromancer found the dead body. The party was up in arms because this guy, he had gone to so much effort to find this dead kid's body. He had looked after it, bathed it. Basically, he was walking around calling this dead child his son, and the party was absolutely beside themselves with what to do. They didn't know. I talk to my players. We're actually in the moment for Valcor at the moment that we're kind of coming to the end of his kind of character's arc. Sabata, the Tabaxi artificer, gunslinger. His whole thing was revenge. Yeah, Tide Runner Gaming's still in here. I know. I'm just letting him know though, by the way. Yeah, so, and they were beside himself because this necromancer was treating this dead child like his son, and they're like, they didn't know what to do because it was a very moral decision for a lot of them. And I think that sometimes that can be fun, like throwing that real moral dilemma pickle at your players. Obviously, there is a line where if it's going to like heavily divide the party, I do think that there are lines, obviously. Like, you know, I do ask that my players do try to work together on things, or especially if they have such differing ideologies, I suppose, especially for example, like, you know, paladins and necromancers and things like this. The way I tend to play my religious characters, you can be devout in your religion and you can try to talk to people and get people to come to your religion and stuff like this, but at least from the perspective of the NPC play things. Yeah, exactly. But yes, from the level of the NPC clerics and things like this, you'll come across and realize that a lot of my priests very much play it that faith is a very personal matter, and you cannot force somebody to believe if it is not in them to do so. And I very much hold that. So for example, if I have differing players who just do not, like, for example, you've got a paladin and a necromancer, you find a way to make that work, because, you know, just because it's not your belief doesn't mean that, you know, they're not being respectful, or, you know, they might see it that they have a moral obligation to return bodies to graves and things like this, especially if they've been separated, or, you know, or they might just have a very different ideology. It's no different from, you know, the difference between going to heaven or being reincarnated. you know, it's a difference in belief, and just because you believe that your religion, especially, and I think this is one of the biggest things that I kind of adhere to, because obviously D&D worlds, and specifically my world and Wizards of the Coast world, is polytheistic, which means, and obviously in a lot of cases, the gods are very present. So you can't turn around and unequivocally say, oh, my religion is the right one. So that is one area where I'm very much like, this is where you do kind of have to be a bit more respectful of others' religions, because the gods are more present. I mean, in this particular setting that I'm running, that I'll be running this game in, the gods are going to be less present because of the nature of what has happened, insofar as the connection to the celestial plane is very tenuous, you know, and that is only because the head god has basically put himself into such a deep trance, just so that very minute thread-like connection has been maintained between this now new material plane and the celestial planes, because otherwise it would have separated completely. And as you can imagine, that could be problematic for people who are clerics, who, you know, for centuries have relied on magical healing. Yes, conflict does create narrative, which is good. I do have a bit of a rule when it comes to player-on-player conflict, especially player-on-player violence. As a rule, I usually do not allow it. However, if out of character, the two players who are going to be involved in this have discussed what they're going to do, i.e. my character is annoyed with your character, you know, they may fight or whatever, you know, there is a level I will allow it, as long as it is not going to lead to another character's death. You are not allowed to kill each other. You are allowed to fight, you are allowed to use weapons on each other, as long as both players have agreed. Oh yeah, or if it's in their backstory. If they've got a joint backstory, I'm A-okay if my players want to have a joint backstory or something like that, or they know each other, or, you know, that's fine too. You know, but there still has to be a line. They're not allowed to kill each other. Yeah, I just won't allow it, basically. Just because once you get to the point that your player characters are throwing hands and murdering each other, the group's not going to last much longer after that. Because in the end, it will end up dividing the party. But that doesn't mean that characters can't get annoyed at each other and mad at each other because of moral decisions they've made or things that they don't agree with. You know? Because a group of 6 people, I mean, anyone who's lived with anyone or has family, which I think is almost all of us, know that you are never going to get along with everybody that you're around 100% of the time. And it would be crazy to expect my players to do that either, you know? But yeah, I've had 2 players fight each other, hold 2 characters, should I say, not players. They've fought each other because one of them had inadvertently, they had been under a spell, but they had threatened the safety and livelihood of the other players, and to the point it could have potentially ended up with one of the other player characters ended up enslaved to a lich. And so one of the other characters had him up against a wall by the throat, like, what are you doing? And this paladin turned around and stabbed him. And, you know, they had agreed on this beforehand of how far it was going to go. And, you know, if they would be able to, like, you know, find a way to resolve it as well. Yeah, I do. I don't like to do it a lot because it is a lot of work. But yeah, no, I have had, I frequently actually have parties separate. Like, you know the old adage of you should never split the party? My parties always split off and do stuff. And it can be on one hand, I like it because they're doing stuff. On the other hand, it also frustrates me because it slows the game down a lot, because obviously it's two groups of people in the same game who are role-playing, who are doing things. You need to manage and divide up the time so everyone's getting equal time, and, you know, they're not feeling like some people are getting more of the, you know, the spotlight or whatever. But it does obviously come with the caveat, if you're going to do that, be aware that, yeah, it's a logistical nightmare. Great for storytelling, logistical nightmare. And a lot of the time they'll do it in the cities and stuff like this where they're not necessarily going to get themselves into trouble. I say not necessarily, but that's never 100% a given. So that's a good divide. Okay, but that looks janky as hell. Just need to blend this line a bit. Usually 5 to 6. I actually like having slightly bigger campaigns. Call me lazy if you want, but it's usually because they spend a lot of time entertaining themselves and telling their own story without me having to handhold them. It is incredible to watch the way that players, when left to their own devices, will actually advance their own stories with each other, their own relationships with each other, you know, be it friendships or other relationships and things like this. And, you know, there will be times where I will sit for a good 20 minutes not saying anything because they're just having a planning session, sorting stuff out, figuring themselves out and all that kind of stuff. And I just kind of let them go and do it because, you know, they don't need me to hold their hand. I will step in if there's something factually incorrect that they've said or something like that, but it doesn't happen a lot. But yes, 5 to 6 players. That's good. I'm happy with that. I think, though, I might... That's not going to help because that's the background layer. Make it a bit bigger. Bring down the opacity a little. Okay. Yay. Fixed another wall. Once we've done this, like, oh, it's going to be a nightmare reproducing this on 3 other maps. let's see. Make it bigger so I can see what I'm doing. It doesn't really work that way. I can actually take a copy of it and overlay it, but I still need all of these values and everything like this. But even then, it's because of the geography being different, I'd have to go along and move things and stuff like this. So it's not just an easy, simple copy paste. So if I actually open up, which would be a good one, you can see it a little bit, I think, on this one, that there is, like, you can see vaguely-ish the lines of the map where they intersect. Even on this one. This is one of the reasons why it kind of has to be seamless. Like, I think that one's probably the most obvious at the ocean there. In the center. See, so this is what it kind of looks like as a base. And obviously, I do each of these sections. So once I then splice it all back together, then I go in and I do any kind of like fixes and things like this. This is why I kind of usually keep tree lines along that area kind of a bit sparse. So when I put them all into the one map, I can actually go in and put in trees over that line kind of thing. So yeah. So these pink cliff walls, their values, get these written down. And I'll start putting these in. I mean, this bit can be a bit tedious, but if you do it well, it looks so good. Like, it looks really good. So now obviously that's too big, and I believe that was 26. Now here's the kicker. Is that the one that it started with? I don't want to start with that one. Go with that one. Oh, that's one of the reasons why I enjoy making it. Because, you know, there's a lot of fun in actually creating it. And I mean, creating the town maps can get a little tedious because it's just the same thing over and over and over again, which is why I do try and break it up occasionally with a battle map or something like that, which, for you, Spinner, I think you were here when I created that battle map. I think it was a cathedral. I ended up killing a lot of townsfolk that day. But they were all under the effect of the sin of wrath. So, yeah. For me, one of the disappointing things is there are some maps that I didn't stream when I was building them. And now, knowing what they look like, I really wish I had streamed them because they look fabulous. In particular, there is a pirate cove called Silver Atoll, and I'm just so proud of the way the bay came together, the sandbars, all of that kind of stuff, and it was so cool, you know. The problem is I don't think I can easily pull it up. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if it'll let me do it over this. Nope. Now comes the resizing. I'll just briefly put it up here so you can have a look. See, I did this one. And I'm just so happy with how it came out. Oh yeah, you have no idea. But yeah, so this was one I was really particularly proud of because of just the waves, the shading, and it just came together so nicely. So yeah. But yeah, some of the research and stuff that I do is just literally things like just getting inspiration of areas, ideas, real world locations, just to kind of get an idea about how certain things lay, like the beach, how the beach would lay in like this kind of area and stuff like this. Oh yeah, I'll put it up again. Yeah, so like the couple of areas where they could go to get into this bay area and stuff like this. The giant shark in the in the actual water and things like this. It was just, yeah. And it was just so fun to figure out how to do all of this kind of stuff, you know. And some of it, a lot of it is just time, placement, lots of different bits and pieces. So, you know, it might be one of these tedious things where, you know, obviously I'm picking cliff faces and things like this, but it's because, you know, I want it to be cohesive. I want it to look a certain way. You know, it may never matter to my players, but I'm like, when I get to the end of it, it's a sense of satisfaction of like, damn, that's a good looking map. Oh, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Don't really think about it. It's, briefly I did think about it, and then I realized that once you start getting into that territory, you start to obsess over little things. Like originally I had thought that this world might have, I had thought that maybe this world had like 3 moons. But then I had to think of a couple of things. How does that affect the tides? How does that affect shapeshifters? How does that affect werewolves or were-creatures? And all of a sudden, it just became too hard. Hi, Hoplon Catacomb Keeper. Welcome. It's wonderful seeing you here. Welcome to our crazy, chaotic stream, where I occasionally build maps, obviously. But we just talk about things. We talk about D&D. We talk about all sorts, really. And you are welcome to come in and just kind of join the craziness. Sometimes I do insane things like, you know, get advice from my followers on what I should name things, or what color mountains we should do and things like this. This is now why my version of hell has hot pink mountains. you know, I'm currently working on my version of the Circles of Hell. So, which you can't see it right now. This is like my overlay that I actually had. But each of these circles, as you'll see on a different version of the map, has the names of each of these circles because they are slightly different to the Wizards of the Coast versions of them. Lizard folk. We were literally just talking about lizard folk. Lizard folk Swarmkeeper though. Ooh, Lizard Swarmkeeper or Drake Warden. Both have possibility. So much possibility. I like my crazy little chaotic lizard men. Whoa. See, I don't know. Both come with pets, so both are a win in my book. I mean, I don't know if you can really call it. Would we refer to a drake as a pet though? I mean, I asked that question, but I was talking before about the different sub-species that I'm actually allowing in, and the Dragonborn that they have available to them, to play. If they come from the Hells, they can play your like metallic Dragonborn. If they come from the material plane, they can play their chromatics. If they come from the Feywild, they have the options of a fairy Dragonborn, a pseudo Dragonborn, the gem Dragonborn, and of course a shadow Dragonborn. Oh, that's cool though. I like that too. It's always interesting to see how other people decide to play the flying races. I personally don't have a problem with them. You know, within reason. I do create my own modifications though as well, but yeah, the high jump, long jump aspect sounds really cool. I like the chaoticness of lizard folk too, especially if you play them the way that a lot of people do, which is the opportunist kind of route. Opportunistic feeders, I suppose, is the easier, nicer way to think of them, I guess. Yeah, you can always multi-class, that's also an option. The question is, what would you want it to be swarms of? I like it already. We love a mystic tree. I know that the tome of... what is it? The Tome of Beasts, I think by Kobold Press, has a fairy dragon tree, which I know isn't probably what you're planning on with it, but it is kind of cool. A violet coloured willow tree though. Is the willow tree, what's the deal with the willow tree? I'm actually intrigued. Why is it a violet coloured willow tree? Also, why is it only 100 feet of swamp? Gee. the last bastion of something, clearly. Oh, see, that's nice. He's protecting his homeland, especially because he seems to have some kind of connection to it. But also, I guess the lesson there is don't eat weird-looking mushrooms. Maybe. It's definitely a good way to, like, a good reason that, you know, he's motivated to do what he does. Obviously. That's cool. Do we know, do we have a family? No family? he's got a very Tangle-esque story of he hasn't really gone far beyond his swamp. I like that. So this is he excited to be traveling the world apart from, you know, the obvious threat to his tree and his swamp? But is he excited to be traveling the world, or is he petrified by everything because it's very new? Hello, Wombat. Rocky Road Mountains. Yes, we had a poll about what color to color those mountains, and I left it up to my followers, basically, and they decided that the mountain should be hot pink. So one of the circles of hell has hot pink mountains. This is how we end up in this place. I am still looking for some bay names, though, for this area. And we have had a couple of really good suggestions. We've also had a lot of why do I do this to myself suggestions. Oh, see, that's cool. Yeah, I've already been there, done that. We're kind of looking at more hellish based names, at least. Yeah, a bit more hellish based names. That is very bright. That's what it was. So, might come up a bit. Not too bright though, because that's. Just kind of been gradually working on this, trying to get this Yeah, you can't really go wrong with having like a semi-dragon of your own, can you? Oof. Would be good if I can colour in the lines. Yes. Being able to colour in the lines, it is a difficult skill, Spinner. But we are getting there, we are getting there. Brush right down. Get that blend. Take out that really pale line. I mean, I tell you what, because I do a lot of my drawing on a iPad on Procreate, I tell you what, the ability to drag and drop colour, I do love that about it. This gold back. I'm going to do a bit more of a blend. Actually, I think I want to bring this right down, because the further we go down into the circles, I want it to be a bit more shaded, which is why I went back over the pink before. And then we'll blend it out with that lighter gold, I think. So this is a circle of greed, which is called Jirihaksha, the circle of greed. Oh, not for the world maps, no. I'm not going... Well, to be fair, and you know what, I'm going to save just to show you this. There are filters that you can actually put over this. So give me a moment and I'll show you. I don't know how well it's going to work out, how much they've changed it. But if you remember a lot of my town maps that I was doing, I put these filters over. So as you can see, they add all of these kind of filters, saturation, sharpness, yada, yada, yada. One thing that I noticed that they've taken away, but for example, can change the hue and things like this. But let's have a look. I know that they do tilt shift. They seem to have taken out a lot of the old ones because they used to have like winter filters and things like this. But so for example, you can put like a texture filter over it, which I would assume that, oh, here we go. Add a saturation to it, add the opacity, things like this. But if you were to do something like this, we'll say, because I think I used to use like old paper texture, which just kind of gives it this kind of, I think they used to have a watercolor paper. Is this it? Yeah, so there's like a paper texture, so it looks a bit more like a papery thing. However, color filters. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. So you can add to winter, you can alter things, and it's just a matter of layering up the, here you go, night scene. There you go. Night map. If you ever wondered how to do it, if that helps at all, Spinner. But no, right now I'm just focused on sending myself crazy with blending and things. I think I'm just going to finish this little bit of water scene for tonight, and then this will be probably me done for the night. After all, it has been about 4 hours. So thank you for the follow, Hoplin. It is great having you here. Thank you. I'm usually here, as you can probably tell, I am Australian, so I'm usually here, thanks Cameron, I hope your dog enjoys their walk. Yeah, I'm usually here Monday, Wednesdays and Fridays, map building, Monday and Friday in the mornings, and Wednesdays in the morning once a fortnight, and once a fortnight in the evenings like now. So you can kind of catch me for that. On Tuesdays and Thursdays I tend to play some Xbox games. I've been playing Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. Tomorrow I'm going to be trying Lost Words, which is a really, really pretty game. I'm really excited by this game from the look of it. And in addition to that, we've also been playing some Garden Story and things like that. So I just kind of play it by ear, see what my followers seem to be enjoying, see what you guys seem to like, that kind of thing. And yeah, just run with it that way. We listen to some crazy music. Most of my music at the moment has been coming from GameChops on YouTube. And I do usually make the effort to tag whatever songs or YouTube video that I have been playing or whatnot. So you can kind of go listen to it yourself if you like any of them. Which I do recommend. They do some really cool like gamer style musics, so excuse me. Oh, no. A lot of the times it's more I just see what you guys are interested in. If you want to pop in, say hi and things like that, that's when I'm kind of streaming. You can actually find it in my schedule down below. If not, because I am aware that time zones exist, you can actually catch all of my old streams because Twitch is doing this thing where they don't keep anything anymore, unless you're like a bigger creator or you're a partner. So you can actually find it all on my YouTube channel of the same name if you miss any of these. So yeah, exactly. Why are we... Jeez. Thank you. I am... You know what? I'm happy to show that. Nightbot is very, very... Nightbot is very... very quick to... Oh, I didn't mean to delete that message. Nightbot, I would have liked that message, please. I like that message, Hellman. Thank you. And yes, I am having a lovely fucking day. Yes. Yes. My Nightbot is a little bit strict on caps more than anything. So that is why that probably didn't make it through. Yeah, I'm so sorry for that. Do have to keep some things in, unfortunately, just for, you know, keep things safe for everyone, basically. I know it's a bit of a pain in the ass to do so. But thank you for the deeply threatening question. Yes, you can certainly ask questions. We like questions. Ask away. I do like the fact that, okay, because obviously I can see your message, Hellman. I do like the fact that you Kool-Aid manned your way into my chat. I am very appreciative of that. Making a horde/army mage. Do it. Why not? The way that my players tend to build their things, I don't really pay much attention to CRs just because it doesn't really end up mattering. So I will allow that. Oh God. Calm down, Nightbot. I need to allow more caps, I think. I need to go in and change Nightbot after this. No! I don't want to time Hellman out, please. Let them come back. Untime out Hellman. There you go. I am apologetic of that, Hellman. I am very apologetic. My Nightbot is very excessive, especially when I don't have a moderator in here. I usually have it up because my mods can't always make it to stream, or they have to head off to bed and things like this. So it's just easier to have it a little bit more aggressive, but it does make it less fun. But yes, make Satan your bitch. Do so. I think so. Go for it. Hey, look, I've put, on the behest of my chat, I have put hot pink mountains in hell. So go for it. Do it. I dare you. Yes, you had an idea for your own campaign. What is your idea? We like ideas. Ideas are how the D&D world goes round. much. Blend like your life depends on it. I mean, making these maps are very much like applying makeup. Just blend like your life depends on it. Yes. Okay, imagine you are the first person to make the very first process telescope. Okay, I'm following so far. Waters. Okay, yep, following so far. Liking where this is going so far. Are we going to the moon? Or are we figuring out that Moon City is bad? It's very harsh, that line. I don't like that line so much. Spinner, I don't like this line so much. It's too harsh. But I also realized I was making a grave error. No wonder it wasn't doing anything. It was on the wrong layer. Ooh, I like it. I like it. Very, very much. I mean, I'm all for anything that is more world building, Hellman. I mean, this map that I'm building is for the 4th era of my world, so world building is... it only makes your world richer, and... I mean... I can't guarantee that your players are going to care as much, but it does make it fun. And if your players do show an interest in... well, I can't imagine many D&D players wouldn't be interested in a steampunk city on the moon. Like, I mean, I would be interested. I would want to know why. Like, why is it there? How did it get there? You know? And, I mean, let's point out, artificers are the only reason that there is any kind of, well, artificers are the scientists of the world, aren't they? Oh, I like it. I like it. I've kind of done something similar in mine, in the fact that magic, the way magic is produced is different now from when they first started. The world first started. It used to be because of eldritch bloodline sacrifice. Now it is because they have mined the world tree of its sap, and the sap is basically magic. So they've created ether. Ooh, I like that too. It's even better if you make it slightly addictive. They can't do without it, but they also need it. I like this plan. I approve. Yes, we like that. So this is what we've got for hell so far. Oh. Yes, I like that. In larger, heavier doses, it can be in a like... Yes, I like it. We like a chaotic drug lord world situation. Okay, the problem here is, I think, before I start getting too involved in doing another circle, because I will do it, and I will be here forever if I do that. See, I like that. That's really cool. My raw weave ore, as they call it, has something similar. It's basically crystallized wild magic sources. So yeah, breathing on it, well, until they contain it in an anti-magic field, it is pretty volatile and reactive. So however, I think this is probably a good place for me to end tonight, because I have been streaming for 4 hours. I mean, we haven't got a lot done. It feels like we haven't got a lot done, but we've actually done quite a bit in terms of blending and things like this. Yeah, I like that. That's a really, really good way to deal with that. However, we've done a lot of blending. We've got some of the circles of hell all sorted out and things like this, but I think we're at a point where I will have to pick this up on Friday morning. Thank you to everybody who has showed up, everybody who has chatted, everybody who has followed, subscribed. Please wait a second. Okay, just for you, Hellman. I will let you finish telling me about your magic. We will wait with bated breath. I'll still continue to... They believe it's the blood of the gods. Okay. Yep. I can see that. Thank you, Hellman, for the follow. It is wonderful to have you here as part of our community. But yes, as I was saying, thank you for the follows, thank you for the subscribes, thank you for gifting subscriptions too. It is wonderful to have you here. If you ever want to know when I am streaming, it is down in my schedule down below, and I do try to keep it very updated and things like this. However, if something does come up, you can find it over, I usually like to make a notification over on my Twitter, which you can go follow over on that at Booberry Meadows. If you miss any of these streams, or you want to go catch up on something, or you just want to see what else I've been up to, you can go check out my YouTube channel of the same name, Boomeadow. Otherwise, it is wonderful to have you here. I will be back tomorrow with some Lost Words, which is an Xbox game. And I will see you then. There are many creation myths. I like that. That's a really good way to make it like scatter and things like that. So that is a very good way to get it scattered and things like this. It also means that it is a finite source, which is also good because it makes it harder to obtain and things like this. Although it also adds some very interesting questions of if it is not a finite source, where they are getting more. So I like that. That is a very cool magic building context. You can share it and tag me on Twitter and things like that. I don't think you can actually share any kind of links in my chat, unfortunately, Hellman. But yeah, we'd love to see it over on the Twitter and things like this. Eventually, I probably will get around to making a Discord and things like that so we can share these kinds of things. But I have just not got around to it just yet. We will have to... that kind of makes sense, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. Yeah, definitely. And it adds some interesting concepts about like what happens with air, water, yada yada yada. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Anyway, Hellman, I do have to get going because it is actually quite late for me over here in Australia. But as I said, I will be back tomorrow and Friday, which you are... Does the Sugar Mountain give you diabetes? It's actually in hell. So, but in the Feywild, there is actually a sugary kind of the sugar fields, sweet fields. As you can see there on the right hand side. However, thank you for showing up. Thank you for following, especially to you, Hellman, who is my latest follower. Thank you to everyone, as I said, who subscribed or gifted subscriptions. It was great to have you here. It is always wonderful to see you. Thank you for being part of my community and having some input on these maps. And I will see you all tomorrow. If I don't, I will see you here in a fortnight. Otherwise, have a great night, have a great day wherever you may be, or just have a great week. All right, see you all later. Bye.